Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, I see we just have about 5 persons on, so we'll give everybody about 5 minutes and then we'll start. Is that good?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Great. Okay, guys. So I see we have about 2 more persons joining. So I hope you all had a fabulous week and you had the opportunity to read the newspapers, and some of you are going to share. We had a very provocative discussion last week, so that was excellent. That persons took the time to keep abreast of what's going on in the country, and so very good. I'm very pleased where we're at. We're at the 5 week mark, and we're on week 6 now, and so I'm very pleased with the feedback that I've gotten so far. So if anybody wants to start, did we read this week, or we had so much reading last week? We skipped this week. How was this week for everybody? Candace? Hello? Are we anybody out there?
Here, you
Yes,
call
yes.
Candace.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, morning. Well, what stood out to me in the news was the recent findings with Adrian Gibson, director at Water and Sewage, where I guess evidence was leaked, and I was just shocked at what I was looking at. Basically, it was found that his now fiance, is a beneficial owner in like the companies that got contracts recently with water and sewage. And I wanted to know, I was saying I was gonna ask your opinion on this. Like, isn't this fraud? Because it seems like nothing is really coming out of it. But she's his fiance, which means that he's in direct contact with this money. Or is it different because he is not married to her as yet?
No, it's definitely not different. And if it is found that, okay, so many things could have happened. Let's just say that before he became the chairman, she had the contract. So if she had the contract under the PLP, then you wouldn't consider that corruption. But if after he became the chairman, she then gained the contract, then yes, it does. Look, there's no way to really prove that she did not get that contract because she was his fiance and no other sole reason. With the PMH used to rent Hubert Minnis's building. And for a very long time, they said that there was no other facility in the Bahamas that could accommodate what they used it for. And so people saw that as corruption, and they talked about it over and over again. And he said, listen, if PMH could find another facility to accommodate, fine, I would give up the contract, but I can't, should I, because I'm the prime minister, say, you can't rent my building anymore, even though you need it? You know what I mean? And so if they have to truly investigate to see if it was a situation whereas PMH couldn't, find anywhere else. I mean, they've since stopped renting it, and now Doctors Hospital is taking it over. So it could be a situation where she had the contract before he became the chairman, and then it wouldn't be corruption. Or there was some specialized service that she had offered. And of course, he may have said, listen, we are offering a contract. However, they need a specialized watering system and nobody else in the Bahamas does it. And if you come up with it, then fine, you get the contract. So I think they are investigating to make sure that they're not in any of those circumstances, and then they can call it for corruption. Obviously, there's something because he has been pretty good with firing left, right, and center and making persons resign. Correct?
Yes. And I
Yes.
think the fact that she rendered her resignation, I feel as if that screams guilt. Why you render your resignation all of a sudden so you're going to go start, what you say, a party company?
Yeah, but she works to Ansbacher. I don't.
Past tense, worked. She's no longer there.
Yeah, but did she truly render her resignation, or again, is
And
this?
that's just exactly now. I don't know if she
Can we
rendered it or
confirm?
if they
Yeah,
forced her to step down.
yeah. Yeah,
some
that's what
people
I'm
don't
saying.
like
I
some
think
people
they
don't
forced
like
her
that
to step
attention of
down.
media too, sometimes it's best to just step down before it all
So
blows
I
over.
go, so I can give up my job.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
some
it
people
might have
can't
been
handle
forced.
things.
Yeah,
She
Yeah.
I
don't need
think
to work. She doesn't need to work anymore.
oh yeah.
You
That's
all
the
don't
next
hate that
thing.
she don't need to wait. Hey, you all don't hate this. We still gotta wait and she don't need to wait.
I
She
know,
does
right?
not need to work.
Well, when you look at it that way, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, but so let's just see what comes out of the investigation. I would swear for no man, but I would want them to do a proper investigation and make sure. Now, other people have been resigning just before the election. I don't see why they can't find an incumbent for Long Island. That should be easy. So obviously there are some something
Oh,
that
but the
has.
other person that I think was the director in this company, she is saying that it's not her signature.
Oh.
Exactly. So they're gonna have to do some type of forensic investigation on those anyway. Politics. I honestly don't think nothing is gonna come out of it. It's gonna go to court and just be prolonged forever and ever and ever and ever and ever as a story on the news, and then that's it.
Yeah. So a lot of them, like I said, have been in these types of situations. And basically, like I say, when the PLP in power, they give it to their cronies. When the FNM in power, they give it to their cronies. And I'm certain if the CDO or whatever their names are getting power, the DNA, it would be the same scenario. So, but again, you want to be upfront. You want to do a proper investigation to make sure that there wasn't a qualified person that should have been able to get that contract, but she got it instead. Okay, so look out for the proper investigation and not just the hearsay now, because it's the election. So you have to fact check almost all of these stories. And I wish we had the. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wish we had the fact checkers like in America. I mean, the minute you get on the podium and say something, they write up their fact checking and can tell you if it was correct or not or what have you. So you have to fact check for yourself right now, because we don't have that. So yeah, very good, Candace. Follow that through. See if we have to bring him before the courts for corruption. Okay, so very good. Okay, anybody else?
But I have a story. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, in reference to the Andrews businessman who got $735 for the small business development.
No, it's 735,000. Not.
Sorry, 735,000,
Yeah.
and that was the largest amount. So he made history.
Mm-hmm.
So Andrews is very proud of him. So the development to get their country up and running. So I thought that was very interesting for a proud Androsian man.
Yes.
What
and
did he get the money for?
For development of the dock, for their docking service, their dock.
Oh, the dock. You were going in and out.
Yes,
Sorry.
dock
Okay.
development. Sorry for that. Mhm.
Yeah, he has like his father had like a ferry service or something like that. And I think he's going to continue on with the business. And so that is indeed excellent. And let me just say from experience, the SPDC that's a small business development center, has
Right.
been around for 3 years, and they have been very, very effective. I have can vouch personally that it's a plan and that it really works. It's government based. They take very long, but it really works.
It
I
seems like
supposed to
it
talk
works.
about that last week because I see that they were in the paper last week.
Okay.
Streams. Okay. And so one of my revenue streams is that I have a commercial fishing business. And so I also applied to them and I got a favorable response. And so they give loans, they give grants, and they give what is it, equity, when they want like 20% of your business. But so you can totally decide on what avenue you wanted to go. So of course I didn't want a loan and I didn't want them to own any part of my business. So I got a grant and I was successful. Once you follow there, I mean, it's a lot these updated, write a business plan or write a perspectives or what have you. You follow the instructions, and then they want you to get insurance, and it truly works. So like I say, you may have to wait. I had to wait like 9 months, but it worked, and I got a grant. So get those 5 revenue streams up. So when these jobs shut down, or you can't really depend on, especially when you work in compliance, when you have unscrupulous people. Like I had a CEO that had to be removed, okay, and you could possibly lose your job, and so you don't want to be like, a lot of people are in positions now and they're doing things that they're not supposed to do because they have to pay their mortgage, or if I don't sign this paper or sign this off or approve this account to open, I could possibly lose my job. And that is very real, and that is happening today, and there's high turnover when you get to executive management. And so to avoid that, so that, yes, it's very real. Ms. Bullet has a lot of children. I have a real mortgage that I have to pay. I have my revenue streams in order, so that when the bank tells me, sorry, thank you for your service, we don't need you no more. Or in fact, the bank where I worked closed down in December. How will I survive? Will I be scrambling in December to work? No, I have the institute I've been working for the past 6 years. I have another business. Then I have another completely different career. Okay, so get your revenue streams together. So when things happen, you can stay above the water and you never have to compromise yourself. Okay, and then so for investment purposes, and I really believe that this pandemic taught me that you can no longer like depend on a job. You have to make a job. So get creative. There are loads of stuff you can do online. This pandemic proved to us which services are essential. Okay, that we need a food source. So brainstorm, and that's why I said the 5 people that you hang out with on the weekend, and we party hard and we have a good time. One weekend out of, sometimes there are 5 weekends in a month, but there are definitely 4. So party for 3 and 1 weekend. You all get together and say, let's brainstorm. What business venture can we come up with? What let's come up with something. Let's to make some money to invest together, because there's strength in numbers. Let's be like the Chinese. They live on 20% and they save 80%. Let's do that 1 week. I think I used to challenge people in the intro to say, 1 week paycheck, can you save 80% and live on 20? And everybody was like, no, how possible? But if you plan, if you write the vision, if you brainstorm, if you get together, there's money out there to make. There are opportunities, there are contracts out there that you can get, whether your boyfriend is a chairman or not, So please take advantage and plan out your life. And if you do this, you will find that you can pass this on to your children and get them into investing early and having a family business and making sure that you're not dependent on one source. Okay, because if God forbid you lose your job, now it's very, very, very hard to find a job. Okay, so get your backup plan ready so you never compromise yourself. Okay, so good stuff. Very good. Anybody else? No? Okay, Sheena, thank you. Anybody getting their 5% today? No? Who? Let me see who out there. Let me call some names. Belisa. Belisa there? No? Whistling, you there?
Hi, Ms. Bullet, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I guess wait. Am I talking to myself? Okay, good. Yeah. So y'all work on those revenue streams. Okay. So very good. Are we comfortable at week 6? Do we understand risk? Chapter 6 again, repeat in intro. And again, sometimes we just want to touch bases on it. For the persons who weren't in intro, are there any questions out of chapter 6 that you're not clear on? Are there anybody from intro that needs a refresher or a brush up on chapter 6? No? Let me see who was in there in intro. Sheena, you was in there in intro.
Not that intro. I was just trying to find unmute to say yes. You could give me a refresher, please.
Okay, you need a refresher. Okay, good. Okay, so I'll give Sheena a small refresher, and then, but everybody else is good. Whistling, you're good with chapter 6.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. So just for the purpose of Sheena, and then I will go around and ask everybody to give me like their definition of risk or their take on risk before we go into the actual assessment that was sent by the Securities Commission, the one that I sent y'all last week, or I showed y'all last week. We'll go into that and answer those questions, because if you're sitting in the position, this will be a requirement. And this one, I think this went out to the entire industry, but the Securities Commission just facilitated it. So no matter which industry you're in, whether, I mean, I don't want to say industry, which part of the sector, whether it's gaming or insurance or banking, it was all for you. Okay, so again, with chapter 6, when we look at the 40 recommendations, there are 40 recommendations, but when we get to recommendation 10 to 24, they all are under customer due diligence. Okay, so that just to tell you that what that is, 14 recommendations that specifically related to customer due diligence. So you want to pay attention and ensure that you understand what those 14 recommendations say and what you ought to do in your institution. Okay, and it said, the book says customer due diligence is carried out by a company for many reasons. The customer is representing others to assess the legitimacy of the assets, to comply with legislation and regulation, to be reasonably certain that the customer is who he says he is. And again, our topic for this semester is fraud. So to ensure that there are no frauds. And that's the next point, to ensure that guard against fraud enables a company to assess the extent of which a customer exposes it to a range of interrelated risks. And then the book goes on to talk about the central bank guidelines and what they recommend and who they say the identity of a natural person is. And what we learned in intro is that there are 5 statutory requirements, and the 5 are identification, record keeping, having the MLRO on staff, monitoring, and training. And so statutory again means that this is required by law. So once you receive a banking and trust license or insurance license, a gaming license, these are the requirements by law that your institution must carry out. The identification of your customers, monitoring of your customers. You must have an MLRO on staff. You must train your staff, and then you must keep records, okay? And so in this chapter 6, it talks again about the basis of identification, what you are to carry out, what is really important. And so, of course, we know that a customer walks into your institution, they want to open an account. You have to get the full name, and address, and the law now is changed and said that, so that's email and a telephone number, and of course we get the passport. Now, a lot in the industry, the biggest problem with identifying the customers is that, you know, a lot of people use aliases, and so the person might name William Roberts, and so but we say Bill, but they mean Robert Bean and Ben or Rob, you know, so we use a lot of aliases. And then sometimes we don't spend for the foreign names. We don't look at the passport and we don't spell them correctly. And that is very, very important because I had Russian clients, and the name Dmitry is spelled Dimitri, the American way, but the Russian way is spelled Dymrtri. And you would not believe that we had a client that it was a PEP, and I put him in word check with the American spelling, of course, standard English, and nothing came up. And when I printed it out and I said, oh, he is clear, as I went through the file, I saw a diplomatic passport. So I said, wait, how is it so that word check is not, and then I looked at the spelling and the Russian way it came up. So you have to be very careful about the spellings of names, especially from other countries, because it could not give you the right outcome that you need, or help you to know that this person is either a PEP or a blocked person, or could have been charged with money laundering somewhere down the line. So that's very important. Another thing with Spanish names, women use their mother's and father's last name. And what I've seen recently is where persons have like a criminal history, they will drop off one of the names and try and get an ID in the new name. So you have to ensure that you have the mother's and father's name when you're carrying out your due diligence checks, and you want to Google and word check the full names and hyphenate them. And word check does have an exact match and a part match, but you still want to check all of the spellings as well as the versions of names. That's very important. And in Russia, again, something that I learned, after getting into trouble, women's names are like, my father's name is Bullard. But let me give you the example. I can't pronounce the name, but the men spell their name with CH and women spell their name with SH. So let's say the last name was Chen. So the daddy's name was CHEN and the daughter's name was SHEN. And so we had Googled the CHEN because she had bought us a fictitious passport in the CHEN because she had gotten an American passport. However, when we got a subpoena for the SHEN, and so we said, we don't have a customer with this name. And then we found out that, the difference between the CHN and SHN did in fact have that customer on the books and had to file an STR. So that is very important. Anybody working in the offshore, I know Felicia, you do. Have you ever had an experience like that?
No, I didn't, but I know a lot of times when I get these Russian names or passports, I'd ask them to spell it for me, and sometimes they'd make it seem as if you retarded, like the spelling right there, but no, I can't understand that. And then
Right.
I had one
Right.
instance with a Spanish name where, like you said, I put in all 4 names and I got a hit. And the RM service trying to tell me, oh, no, he don't use all 2 last names, it's 1. He has 2 last names, just him. They try and tell me, don't put in 2 names, just put in 1 last name and you'll be fine. No, the 2 names, I got an exact match.
Right. And good. And again, this is proper due diligence. And I'm telling you, with these foreign countries, that is very important. The government or the law says that all documents must be translated into English. And I had somebody, we were dealing with a lot of Venezuelan clients, and they tried to tell me, oh, well, I must go learn Spanish. I said, no, the documents must come in translated. Then I said, so when I'm dealing with Venezuela today and Russia tomorrow, am I to learn Russian as well? And then Latin and Chinese? So no, the law says all documents must be kept in plain English, which means the regulator is not going to learn all these languages either. Okay, so you get a lot of pushback with these languages, but ensure that the person certifies that you could read the certification and that it is in English. That's what the law requires because it's easy to get into problems with that. And
Yeah.
you really don't know what the document is saying. In fact,
And then they try to use Google Translate, and I push back. I don't accept Google Translate.
no, you should not. I mean, you could use it for your personal use, but in that legal setting, again, what's the point of all this customer due diligence? What's the point of having them fill out this account opening package? We want to have legal document to stand up in court. But if it's distorted, if it's not in English, if we fill in the blanks because they left out some, then that's called tampering and it can't stand up in court, right? So we have to always remember the reason that we're doing all this for. This is the purpose of due diligence. So should we ever, God forbid, have to turn up the court, we don't have tampered documents and our copy would match the customer's copy. Okay. Deandra, you had your hand raised or you don't have a question anymore?
No, I was just commenting on the ID situation. I have had a few Saudi Arabian clients where you ask them for updated ID and their updated ID name has like 2 other names as opposed to the ID that they gave you before. It's like, I don't know if it has something to do with their office down there, but it is like almost like a completely different passport. And so they push back and say, no, it's the exact same person, or this is that, but it's literally a totally different name, except for probably the last name or the first name. And so you still have to push back with them as well, in terms of getting an updated passport or getting a passport that is certified, or and they'll say, oh, we don't have that right now especially because of the climate. I've had a lot of clients come and say they can't get this done because of COVID. And so, we just have to accept that. But they tend to, at least with the Saudi Arabian clients, they tend to, because they are, what they call it, your highness and so forth. They don't think that they should provide certain things.
Of course. And listen to me, it's so bad in Saudi Arabia and Dubai and what have you in the Middle East that the courts of Dubai has said if they no longer, like how Rodney Monk, senator, is a JP, they no longer accept certifications from accountants, lawyers, justices of the peace, or anybody. The law in the UAE now says that if you receive a document, it must come to the Supreme Court to be certified. If you accept it outside of the Supreme Court stamp, then you accept it at your own risk because there's been heightened fraud and documentation fraud and what have you. And so that Supreme Court takes 3 months to I guess they do something like an apostille on the document. And so of course the relationship manager is pushing for these accounts to open. So for 3 months, we do open them because we don't want to lose the business. But I rate them as high risk so they could be monitored daily until we get those certified documents out of the Supreme Court. Because let me tell you, there have been many, many cases with fraudulent documents. And then a lot of people run to the UAE for citizenship because they are a non-reciprocal country when it comes to FACA and CRS. So therefore, them, Thailand, the Bahamas, you see all of the people saying, oh, I have new citizenship out of these countries, but it's purely to, not have to pay the taxes. Yeah. So
did you run into any clients whose passports would have expired before COVID? But trying to say, oh, because of COVID, it's not updated. I had a few clients who was trying to tell me, I think the passport would have expired, not a few clients, just one client in particular. The passport would have expired maybe in 2019 or 2018, maybe like 2018, way before COVID. I say, okay, give me some other government ID, a license, or he don't have a license, he don't have this. I say, okay, y'all trying to be difficult with me. Well, that got nowhere. But they trying to use this whole COVID thing. Oh, I can't get my passport because of COVID. Yeah, passport been expired. I tell a client, I need a police record. Oh, because of COVID, he can't get it. I say, are the police stations closed?
Yeah, but you wanna, because we have put in some gave some extensions because of COVID, but you just want to be mindful.
Right. Now,
Excuse
had it
me.
expired
Miss
like in
Willard, as far as the
2020 to
Bahamas
now,
is,
yeah,
as far
we
as the
could still
Bahamas
get
is, you
it.
can apply online.
Yeah,
Exactly.
if you can apply online in the Bahamas and get straight, you can apply
So you can
anywhere.
get it anywhere.
Right,
But I
right.
asked
But
them, let me see your receipt that you even at least applied for it. You know, that kind of way. You're trying
yeah,
to work with them, but they want
yeah, yeah. But I mean, it's still, all in good customer service. So we have given some extensions. Once, if it was passports are 10 years. So if it's the likeness of the person, or it being like a child passport and the person 20 now, we've given some extensions. So on a case by case basis, we've been a little bit more lenient. But my policy is I have 3 requests. I make the first request, the second request, the third request goes to your manager. The fourth request is brought up in the board meeting. Okay. And then I no longer even track it or follow it any longer. It's outstanding, and so the board is aware, and of course, those managers of those departments have to answer to that. But I can't continuously follow up. So I have a first request, second request, third request to your manager, fourth request on my board report at a quarter. And this was the number of passports that were outstanding or documentation. And then the manager in their report, they say the reasoning, and they ask for a waiver or an extension. But that's a whole job to follow up on expired documents. But once you have it documented and noted that you did follow up and do what you were supposed to do, then go on with your work, because it'll be forever. That's a complete task. That's a complete administrative task, following up and tracking expired documents. And if you're the compliance officer and that's not your specific function, like you don't work in document control, then go on, because you'll forever be following up. Take it out of your hands three times and pass it on. Okay, because industry wide, the regulators have said, these account opening packages are not filled out properly. There are spots missing on our form. Our form used to be like 45 pages because we were wealth management, and there were spaces that you needed to initial, like clauses, and they would come back blank, and people would just, the account officer not wanting to send the package back would fill that in. And so we did have an instance where somebody showed up to court, our version of the document. He said, no, I never signed that because I didn't agree with that. And so be mindful of that when account officers just take it away and they didn't send it back to Spain or England or Russia to get signed, be very, very mindful of that. It's easier to let the customer sign that, or you write up a clause letter and say, I did not fill this out on the package. However, I do agree to clause 8, 9, and 10 that states this, and let the customer sign. Excuse me, if you can't get the whole package back out there, but filling that in, that's very dangerous. In fact, I think I told you all this. I was Facebooking. I see this name and I said, where do I know this name from? So I say, wonder if this was from Royal Bank or from this current job. So here I go, typing the name up in the system, and lo and behold, the person was charged with tax fraud, embezzlement, and what have you. So I immediately go and pull the file. And so when I look at the file, I go, I say, who certified these documents? Oh, our very good CEO. So I call him on the phone. I said, do you know such and such a name? Do you know Deandra? Do you know Deandra? No, never heard of her. I said, Deandra Evans. No, never heard of her. I said, but you certified true and correct her passport, and she's going to jail in France for embezzlement. So he said, really? Let me come down and look at that file. So he rushes downstairs to look at the file, and true and behold, every document is signed by him. Never met the person in his life. I said, did you fly to France, or did the person fly here and you certified? Never saw the person in my life. Okay, so be very careful of that too. That certified true and correct means I saw the original document and I know this. So a lot of account officers and even the CEO signs these documents again because the account can't open without them being signed. So he said, So what are you doing? I said, I'm filing an STR and I have to send these copies just with my signature on it. I said, I can't send it blind, and he was falling apart. And he's like, can I see that file? I said, no, this is now in my custody. Because we have had people at the Royal Bank throw entire files in the shredder when you tell them you have to file an STR and their name anywhere on it. Okay? So you have to be very, very careful of that. Another big problem is cooperation. We ask for 3 years of financials. We ask for job letters. We ask for financial statements. We never ever read it. We never read it to see if it makes sense. We never look at the financials and get the accounts department to confirm that the company is successful. We just place these stuff on file. Oh, this Miss Bullet Royal Bank job letter. Oh, yeah, she's worked. Poof. We ain't looked at Miss Bullet that's only make $100 a week, but she say she would deposit $2,000 a week. We ain't corroborate no information. Okay, so that's another big problem where we just simply don't read. And I was auditing a place where they opened up an account for a company that was allegedly open for 50 years, and the boy was only 22. So if your account open for 50 years and you're only 22, how that happen? Right? All we do is we receive a letter that said he had 30 million. They say, oh, yeah, he get 30 million, we could accept this. So I said, 30 million at 22, and the company been open for 50 years. So I said, is this his father's company and they passed it on to him? No. What happened? He bought the goodwill, and this is a thing that's happening now in Switzerland, where persons are buying like established company names and they're buying the goodwill, and they're just changing shareholders, so they're keeping the bank accounts open and just transferring everything over. And so here, this is how a 22-year-old guy could say he was established for 50 years and has this 30 million and have this established account, because normally, they want a reference letter that says you find an account for at least 2 years. And he only had this account for like 6 months, right? And so you really have to corroborate the information to make sure it makes sense, to make sure that the profile that is being generated matches to who the person really is. Okay. Hi.
If you get a certificate of incumbency that lists the shareholders, you could still make it mandatory that they provide you with the share register, correct?
It's not necessary. I mean, it's a
but what if? No, so sometimes it'll give you an incumbency that's saying that, the 2 shareholders are these persons, but you would have a share certificate for someone else that they probably miss and give you. And now you just need to pretty much connect where that person who has the share certificate is no longer the shareholder, and these 2 persons are now the shareholder.
Okay, so if there is a miscommunication somewhere, then of course you ask me. But the incumbency is created by the secretary of the company, so they differentiate before companies. Some people put sufficient information on it, some people don't. And so if there's a discrepancy, what you need to do is ensure that you get 100% of the shares. So if I have 8 and you have 92, then you fine. You shouldn't need any more information. But it's when the incumbency says this is 76% of the shares, where the other 30 something. You see what I mean? So that's the importance. That if there's no discrepancy, then you don't need any more documentation. But once there's a discrepancy, the shares don't add up, or you give me somebody else's share certificate by mistake, and I can determine where this person, how they related, then you ask for more. Okay? And again, the law says anybody who has 10% interest or more must be identified. It used to say 25, so people used to say they only own 24%. And surprisingly, now that it's dropped to 10, people are saying they own 7 and 8%. So it's ridiculousness. I said, oh my God, these people really don't want to be identified. But of course, to me, that's a red flag. So I do carry out due diligence on that person. I can't ask them for a passport or what have you, but I do Google check them and World check them to ensure, hey, why this person trying to stay under the radar and make sure that he doesn't have a record or anything anywhere. Okay. And what is important is that it has to be a natural person. So no Bullet and Co., no This Limited or what have you. If there is a company listed on the share registry, it might say Ms. Bullet owns 50% and then Bullet and Co. owns another 50%. You must find out who Bullet and Co. represents, because again, that could be Bullet and Bin Laden. Okay, so you have to ask then for the register or the nominee agreement or what have you. Okay. And then it's good too. I've seen persons coming back asking or audit checking for the source of funds. If you say, I'm going to send this from Fidelity Bank, they want to see the incoming wire funds from Fidelity Bank with that amount that you would have verified. So ensure that y'all keep that too on the file and at hand. Okay. Sheena, is this good? Is this what you know about due diligence and what you expected?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, so then it goes on to talk about, of course, we know the certified copy, the memo, and that, the reason for establishing the business account, and again, generating the profile, the nature of the customer's business, the customer source of wealth, and you want to ensure that they stay within the profile. Like a lot of people, I don't know if we are trained to the fact where we ensure that the people stay within the profile, but like I've talked about Edison Sumner before, where he would have opened an account for investments and send the people down to say Scotiabank. And these persons, each person, I think it was about 25 persons, they each deposited $10,000. Right. And so he was supposed to invest in cryptocurrency or in the stock market or what have you. However, he decided he needed a Mercedes Benz and a Rolex watch and a family vacation or the people money. So it was Scotiabank, the gatekeeper, the account manager, who approved those transactions to go out. And what we are as the gatekeepers, we are supposed to pull that file and say, listen, here this may be Edison Sumner and what have you. We are so used to just checking to make sure that the two signatures match. We don't check the profile. We don't see that there's other people money and he can't be vacationing off of it, And so this is how we end up going to jail, because we are now negligent. And it appears as if we have colluded with the customer to, spend this money. So we have to ensure that the profiles, especially for company accounts, the profiles are checked properly and persons do not go and spend this money on their personal use if that's outside of what is required.
Hello? Hello?
I think she muted. No, she ain't muted.
Okay, just making sure it wasn't only me. I think that's a connection because her mic is unmuted, but you can't see where she's speaking. So that's probably a connection.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, sorry guys, I got bumped out. Are we still there?
Yes, ma'am, it's still in.
Oh, okay, great, great. Sorry about that. Yes, I was saying Eleanor. I saw Eleanor. I haven't heard from you. Are you there? No, Eleanor isn't there. Okay, what about Belisa?
I'm here, Miss Bullard.
Okay, so give me an overview of what we discussed about customer due diligence. Tell me what is it and why is it important?
Miss Bullard, I would be completely honest with you. I'm trying to get, I've missed a lot of classes because of sickness. I am trying to catch up, but I didn't want to miss another one. So I don't think I'd be able to answer anything today.
Okay, that's fine. We want you to feel better first. That's fine.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
we going from the bottom straight up. Whistling and tell me what you've learned so far about risk.
Well, I've learned that risk is important when it comes to all either institutions or individuals, because it kind of provides like a safe hazard for financial institutions when it helps them to develop a strategy for like their vulnerabilities. So to ensure that they follow regulations and guidelines, they have to put risk in place to ensure that whoever that they onboard helps them to stay in line with the guidelines.
Okay, excellent. Okay, and so this risk-based approach, what do they mean by this risk-based approach?
They mean, but because we can't fully eliminate risk, we would have to mitigate it. So we would have to try to stay in line as best as we can. So once we follow the rules and regulations, then you know that you do your part as an institution.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Very, very good answer. Very good. Okay, so you seem to have that down pat. Sheena, give me some comments on risk. What part of risk stuck out to you?
The risk appetite, knowing your customer. What is it? Why do they want to open the accounts with us?
Yeah, which countries are you gonna ban? Tell me which countries are you gonna do Russian
Their
accounts?
network, like basically all about the customer. That's, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Risk appetite. Getting to know the customer. What are they all about? What is their intention? Basically, would they be a threat to the business? Would they be profitable? Would they be a loss?
Okay, good and very good. And like you said, would that be a threat to the business? Because you know, companies have closed down. We look at what Julius Baer most recently suffered a lot of reputational risk because they took on a Venezuelan business. And so their European business was there, the Asian business was there, the Swiss business was there, but the Venezuelan business shut out the whole entire company. And I even went far. Let's talk about me at Royal Bank Wealth Management. One customer, and mind you, he was our largest customer. One customer with that artwork shut down the entire trust business that was very, very profitable. Okay, so when we talk about that appetite, that's very, very important. And so what should have happened back then was we should have said, hey, we're going to take on loads of art. Do we have anybody who's qualified, you know, to tell us about this art? Do we really know anything about this art? They gave us these big binders with about 800 pages worth of art, right? Did we ever look in them? No. Did we know that these art was stolen for more than 30 years? No. Were we holding them? Yes. Did it shut down the entire bank? Yes. Okay, so Sheena, that appetite, you have to ensure that you understand the countries, you understand the products, and you understand the service. Okay, you can't just take on the customer and not have somebody qualified. You can't take on a Venezuelan book and not have a Spanish speaking person. You can't take on an Asian book and don't have somebody who speaks Mandarin, you know, and expect all of this to fall on the compliance officer, because that's what a lot of companies are doing. So because I know that up front, when they say, oh, we're going into a new market, I said, who speaks the language? Who's going to translate all the Russian documents? Who's going to fly to Russia? Because it ain't gonna be me. So that's one of the controls. You want to ensure that your control is that I have somebody who speaks the language, who is familiar with that territory. Okay, so very good, Chino, with appetite. Felicia?
Pretty much risk. When we look at risk, I don't think people realize that the risk begins from the front end. Like we were just talking about these due diligence documents, as simple as a passport, ensuring that it's not a fraudulent document and making sure that it's accurate. In terms of doing the account profile when you should be doing your reviews, it's pretty risky when we don't monitor these high risk accounts every year. They should be done annually. So when we let them go for 2 years rather than do it annually, that's another risk that we could face. When you were talking about the sanctioned countries, we should know that we shouldn't be doing businesses with some countries. When these SDRs come in and you get these production orders, you shouldn't go and be a whistleblower and let your RM know that you're investigating their clients and what's not. So risk, it's a small world, but it entails a lot of different areas, and pretty much just as compliance is everyone's business, risk too should be everyone's business.
Okay, great. And of course, we made it everybody's business by implementing the 3 lines of defense, the front line being the first line of defense, the front line and the managers, the second line of defense being compliance, the third line of defense being audit. So very good, everybody's business. Candace, what's your take on risk? And then we'll have Deandra.
Okay, so to build on everything that everyone said, I also like that for the company, it allows for you to save money. So having this risk-based approach allows for just an effective system that is also cost-effective. It's effective and it's cost-effective because you know what you're willing to take on and what you're not willing to take on because of that risk appetite. And so with the rating system, whether they're high, low, or medium, that more of the effort will be given to medium or more so high risk clients. So you'd spend more attention there, more manpower there, essentially more resources there to ensure that these clients are being monitored.
Correct. And Candice, you hit the nail on the button. When audit comes in, when the regulators come in, they check 100% high risk and 25% low, 25% medium. So please make sure your high risk books are up to date because they are going to flip them upside down. Okay. So they'll say if you have 100 medium accounts, we'll check 25 of those. If you have 100 low risk, we'll check 25 of those. But we want to check the full 100 of the high risk because they're most concerned about the high risk. Okay, so make sure those books are in order. Deandra?
Okay, so I like how Felicia put it, that risk is everybody's business. Whether you are taking on, you're the one onboarding the client, you're the compliance officer, you're the one, you're the wealth planner, whomever you are, risk is everybody's business in the company. There are a few things I highlighted about the risk. Like Felicia said, it's a small word, but it's a whole lot in that small word. And that's the factors that influence the level of risk in the company, whether it's the country, the customer risk, with products or financial services offered, and the ways they're offered, and the design in which you can identify or implement your risk management, such as the risk identification analysis. It allows the company to, like Candace said, save money, know where your high risk is, know where your intermediary risk is, and know where your low risk lies, and know how best to combat it and how best to see which you what you are willing as a company to take on it versus what you're willing to just say, no, we're not going to deal with this kind of country. We're not going to deal with this type of person because they're too high risk for our company. Yeah, I think that's about it. Because
Okay.
everybody else said about just about everything else.
Okay, great. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that next week we're going into our last chapter 7 about risk. So it seems as everybody has a hold on it. We understand that a risk-based approach means we understand recommendation 1, and we know what we have to do as an employee. So, okay, very good. So now what I'm going to share my screen, and we will look at the national risk assessment. Now, again, we know where we are as the Bahamas in terms of this risk assessment. Our last risk assessment was 250 and 216. I think I showed it on the screen in the first risk class, where we saw that, gaming had just been regularized. And so there was a short expert on gaming, but they primarily talked from the aspect of the casinos and the hotels, but not our Island Lux and with the other ones, and chances and what have you. So they didn't cover those entirely. And we know most recently after the law changed, the designated non-financial companies just got regulated, which are the accounting firms, law firms, I think money services businesses, and fall in that category as well. And so nothing was there on them. And of course, the governor has been working on the initiatives to ensure that we remain medium and not high, because of course we will suffer loads of reputational damage if we are risk rated as high risk, and then we will lose a lot of accounts. A lot of companies and countries will no longer do business with us. And of course, that means we will also be subjected to enhanced due diligence. Of course, we don't want to pay all the extra fees that comes along with that, and being monitored actively and constantly being called. And so to ask questions, and we have a whole entire country to run. So we want to ensure that we answer these questions properly, and assist, the government to assess the sector properly as much as they could. And so Securities Commission would have sent this out, and then asked, what is your sector? And this would have come into the risk department now. Small firms, they have a compliance department, compliance / risk in fact, as the last 3 persons, compliance officers I've spoken to, they say, well, we're a small firm, so I'm compliance and risk. So if you work at a larger firm, you may have a separate department for risk, but primarily the compliance and risk is in one. It's completely different now. And I always I'm adamant about wearing the various hats and ensuring that you're not overwhelmed.
That's you 100%. No way tonight. Send it to English.
Hello? Hi. Somebody talking? Speaking?
I think that was a radio or something.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah. So just so we can have some experience on again, awareness, we're going to look at what type of questions the regulator would be asking us. And so it's not our first time, and we're not shell shocked, and then we don't know what to do. And some of the questions are difficult. Most of the times these things should come with a manual, because we don't even know exactly, what they're asking. So you want to not feel bad to ask for help if you cannot answer the question. Sometimes I can't answer all the questions and I don't know what they mean. And I had to pick up the phone and call the regulator and say, what exactly are you asking? Okay, but let's just look at the sector. All of this falls under financial services. They want to know, are you a domestic or commercial, a credit union, a money transfer, insurance, gaming, securities? What is surprising to me, I see real estate broker, and then I see land developer. So I'm going to say, what's the difference? One is a broker and one is a developer. I don't know. Is there a difference? Anybody in real estate out there? No? Anybody? No? Are we there? Y'all can still hear Miss Bullet?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, okay. And then dealer in precious metals and stones. And then it says acting in the capacity of a trustee. A pawnbroker. Is that a surprise or we expected that there?
That's a surprise.
Okay, so are you telling me that they're sending this out to cash and gold or cash for gold, or are they still operating?
Yeah,
Anybody-
they still open.
They still opening. But,
Mhm.
but do they have compliance officers or risk officers?
Doubt it.
I mean, right. So are we saying now, in order for them to get their licenses, that they must have this MLRO on staff as well? I really have to inquire about that, because if they're here, that's what this means. Okay. And then it says government agency. So I guess the Ministry of Finance has to fill this out, and this is why you see a lot of the government agencies going cashless. So all the money would be channeled. So I guess to reduce the level of stealing, and then for all the money to be channeled, and then registered representative. Okay, and then they want to ask, what's your level? The MLRO compliance. Let me say, tech banking, and then you have to fill it out so we could get to the next section. Okay, so the crimes, and remember now under money laundering there are how many crimes? Does anybody remember? 21. There are 21 crimes listed under money laundering, and so it says the crimes are tracked. So this has to be interactive now. You all have to respond to me now. Do I need to call names, or are we going to? We see that it's Candace, Deandra, Eleanor, Felicia, Sheena, Whistling, and then Relisa. But Relisa is sick, so we'll stop at Whistling. So I need y'all to answer these questions for me. So it says threats to the Bahamas now. Below are a number of crimes which underlie money laundering as well as money laundering itself. Please answer on the basis of whether these crimes are perceived as a threat to the Bahamas. Enter your immediate impression. Now, you may look at this and say, Ms. Bullet, we really don't have time for this or what have you, but this was sent from the regulator. So, and we see all the categories that it was sent to. So if you don't answer this, they do an analysis and they say, we sent this out to 46 banks, 30 credit unions, money services business, and this is who replied. And you begin to build up a reputation for not replying. And then you could possibly even get a fine. So this may be a long drawn out process, but we have to fill it out and send it back. We can't ignore this. When information is requested from the regulators, you respond right away. It's normally a deadline. And if you are not responding, then you must have a valid reason.
Miss Bullet,
Yes?
what is romance? Romance. Go down a little bit more for me, please.
Oh, right. We'll get to that. Yes, good.
That's Adrian and his fiance there.
Who and his fiance?
Adrian Gibson.
Okay. You're
I
teach prostitution.
Let me go back on mute.
This is why I want you, because you would be surprised at some of the things that they ask. Okay, so they want to know into your immediate impression between 1, which is no threat, or 5, a serious threat. Well, okay, what would we say for cybercrime? A serious threat, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we are a transit company, a country, sorry, drug trafficking. Number 5.
Yeah.
What about arms?
Yes.
Yeah.
All these guns coming through life a key, right?
Mm-hmm.
5. Right? Okay, are good. Adrian, not Gibson, what the other Adrian?
Fox.
Fox was charged. He was a fugitive a few months ago. People trafficking. We constantly see people back and forth from Haiti, from Cuba, from however. So 5, right? Oh Lord, we could be high risk, right? Illegal wildlife trafficking, illegal fishing, or environmental crime. Now,
I give that like a 3 or a 2.
Yeah, that ain't too bad.
Yeah, that ain't too bad.
Did anybody go out and look for Alpha? They offered a $10,000 reward to find the parrot. Did any of you?
I couldn't go because they already found it, but I
By
did.
the time you get dressed.
Listen,
Felicia,
listen,
Felicia, what about you? That out in the area, you wouldn't look for Alpha?
I messaged the woman and asked her what kind of bird this is, why the bird's so expensive. And she was like, I know I asked her what's the value of the bird. And she was like, it's valued at how, I can't remember. I have to look in my messenger. But she said it's really valuable to the owners. That's why they offered the cash amount. And I was like, okay.
She is people ain't offering that for humans.
You have a
Alpha
probably
really
will fly
important.
away from its owner.
Listen,
It's not Alpha ran away.
They probably would run. No animal wants to be kept in a cage. If they see other birds flying, you think they don't want to fly too?
Okay.
No, but that's just it. I don't even know what to say, because for them to quote unquote find this bird, clearly that bird was calm and knows what it is to come, like, and sit on people. So I don't know. I going to go ask that woman some more questions.
But did anybody get the reward?
Buy another birdie.
They said, well, I don't know. They just said the bird was found. They didn't say whether or not someone else found it or the owners themselves found it.
Oh, okay. So good that Alpha was found. Okay. So what about fraud?
Oh, yeah.
100%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so romance fraud, and I think that is a big thing, because the law has just changed, where it used to be a Bahamian mother can give citizenship to her child automatically, but not a Bahamian father, because these Bahamian men all about spreading seeds and having babies. So perhaps there was a time when African men used to send these messages online, or people go on all those different websites, Christian Mingle or what have you. And some people just simply want citizenship. Bahamians have done it for years to get straight in Miami, so how is that still prominent? Is that still, or that's still now?
They still doing that.
They still doing that? I mean, so what would we give? What, and there is a tropical hookups thing somebody was telling me about, that they said almost 75% of American women that come to the Bahamas, they come to meet a black man.
Charles,
You ever heard that? The tourists, that's what the tourists come for. I was very surprised.
I could believe that.
Yeah, they come to me, they come to get hooked up. So I was very surprised. So we given what, romance fraud, what, a 5?
No,
No, man.
5.
I
I think it's a 5. Maybe a 3.
3. Okay. Organized crime. This gang.
5.
Yeah. Okay. Bribery and corruption.
5.
You can't go in a government office without taking a tip. You can't. Okay. Terrorism. We have had 6 people shot in which the 6 guys that got released from prison. We had the baby shower, 13 people shot up. We had the Fox Hill Park, 8 persons shot. So where are we with terrorism? And then on September 11th, we had people come into Freeport, but our vigilant immigration department returned them right back to their country. So
I said between a 3 or a 4, because it's not really that prominent.
Okay. But in America,
That would be like a
365.
15.
Yeah, we had 365 domestic terrorists. So that would be a 10 in America. And of course, when they see us, we catch the code. So we want to ensure that we don't catch that code. Okay, nuclear weapon proliferation financing.
I'd give it 1. Bahamians don't know about no nuclear weapons.
Bahamians don't know. Bahamians don't know, but I watched a documentary that says, in terms of nuclear weapons, or these weapons of mass destruction that George Bush talked about, the United States have 12 chemical and nuclear weapons. 2,000. And then China has 12. And then Iran and those other countries have 5. So of course, nobody truly knows how many they have. If they advertising that they have 2,000, they probably have 5,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the United States has these bases, Guantanamo Bay, Artec, and Andros. Where are these 2,000 weapons held? They're sitting in the water in Andros?
That's true. They could be there.
They could
It
be,
could be, but
but we don't
we
know.
don't know.
We don't know. And if you look at the papers, when the Artec base is continuously hiring only one American workers. But if you look at what they want, you have to be experienced in like gunpowder, explosive, this chemical. That I mean, I think that really,
They very Pacific.
yeah, about what they want. So I wouldn't sleep on this. We have no proof, but and I know a diver who has said that you at a certain base around that base in Andros, there's so much radiation that a lot of people have gotten cancer, but they like the ocean like fence off like when they go to a certain point, a submarine is a pair. You know what I mean? And like watching them, so you know they can't go near it. So I would keep my eyes and ears open for that. Okay, digital asset crime, and of course for the first time we just had the sand dollar roll out, so we don't even know. But I imagine with the digital currency, I wonder if it's a currency or asset. They want to say that the sand dollar is definitely not cryptocurrency because we know that about the risk associated with cryptocurrency. But Felicia, I know you all have a cryptocurrency. What's the difference between the asset versus the currency? Do you know?
If you ask me, cryptocurrency is cryptocurrency. Now, how we differentiate is you have some people that's like some companies are the platform, the trading platform. Then you have some companies that are the actual cryptocurrency itself. But all of them are in the cryptocurrency world.
Okay.
All them high risk, all them in one category.
Right, so all them would fall under yeah, okay, but how susceptible is the Bahamas to it now since it's so fairly new?
Since what
The
fairly
crime. I mean, but it's just getting regulated. Again, cryptocurrency been around from 82. I don't know.
You just mean the sand dollar or cryptocurrency on the whole?
Yeah, I guess it says asset, so anything on the whole.
It's definitely a 5 because these crypto boys, they ain't playing, and I want you to know they think we dumb and we don't understand.
Oh, correct. Okay, correct. Okay, so of course we're getting a 5 for money laundering. Forgery, a 5. Tax evasion. For any of y'all been to Miami, who say I spent $3,000? Who only claim their exemption?
That's $200. That's on blast like that.
Wait, now hold on, one at a time. I need to hear all these responses. Let me see.
Sometimes just run out, man, Miss Bullet.
Who say they only spent what Bahamian woman?
Me.
I spent $10. Only had $500 in Miami. Who?
I spent 2, not 5.
How much you spend?
200.
Miss. I need to turn on your camera and look in your eyes.
I'll say I spend like 500, you know, because I don't come with 10 bags.
You haven't been to Miami, miss. If you've been to Miami, if you've been to Florida, you ain't spend
I don't go with clothes. I don't go with nothing. When I stay for a week, I wear everything I buy. I bring back my dirty clothes. So they I don't go with no clothes.
All right, so you're paying the government. They're what's due to them, and you all
I just pay my VAT.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, body thief and
And my
okay.
ticket, and my speeding ticket, they just get it from me.
Oh, okay. Prostitution. That's where street still that's where street rampant.
I'm sorry if any Jamaicans is here, but the Jamaicans is coming. They have prostitution on like turbo over here. When I was in Abaco, oh my God, the Jamaicans there and prostitution would always come into Western Union, always looking for US money, and they couldn't hide.
Wow.
The amount of prostitutes that would come into the family islands.
But that's just it. When it comes to prostitution, right? We feel as if prostitution only is, all these girls who stand on the corner. When we dig deeper into this, plenty people prostituting
Yep, they'll come over
in their
here on
own
a work
home.
visa to prostitute.
Okay,
Yep.
but that's
Lord.
another topic for next day.
But all the strip clubs closed down, eh?
That's not prostitution.
That ain't prostitution.
What that
That's
is?
adult
They stripping.
entertainment.
Exactly.
That's
That's adult entertainment. Now,
Excuse me,
even
excuse
when you
me.
get a private room, you could go in the back there to get a lap dance. You ain't necessarily
Yeah,
get
you sometimes you still can't touch. It's certain things.
some of
there are
them.
rules and
Oh, they
restrictions.
so bougie. They look at you like, what you talking about? I don't do that.
Mhm.
Okay, so 5 for prostitution. Okay, embezzlement. You're thieving from your employer.
5.
One of the,
Well, Miss Bullet, I remember your class and your supervisory skill class, and the things you say is employee theft. If you take the pen, that's theft.
yes.
I teething then.
And no,
I
give the
I'm
people
missing
stuff,
walk out with the
The-
notepad.
the toilet paper. The people asking for a pack of paper to do their children work stuff.
Listen.
Teaching the people stuff.
We can't get plastic straws no more, you know. Only our employers have them in the kitchen.
Yay.
Or
Yeah,
Yeah, y'all
man.
better drink that word. Okay, good. Okay. So extortion.
I'd give extortion a 5 too.
Yeah. Insider trading or market abuse. I remember my good employee, my good
I give it that a
coworker.
4.
I give it a 4.
Okay, 4. An art crime. Again, this is why Royal Bank closed down. We just ain't aware.
yeah,
We shut down the whole profitable, but I'll say a 3, yeah, because I ain't hear nobody else gone to jail for art yet. Only us. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Jesus.
Jurisdiction threats. We would like your input on as to which jurisdictions are perceived as a threat to the Bahamas in relation to money laundering and the predicate offenses as mentioned. 1 no threat, 5 a threat. The U.S. Now,
5.
let me tell you. Okay, good. I guess don't mind the U.S. and all these laws and the Patriot Act.
We are guinea pigs in the U.S. Then they are crimes. We are
Correct.
guinea pigs. No.
They are very corrupt in many ways.
Yep.
And they try to bully countries, and they are non-reciprocal. So they signed out their whole entire law on FACA, meaning you must tell them all their citizens that have money all around the world, but they are not going to tell you if your Bahamian citizen have $550 million in their bank account. So isn't that a slap in the face?
They're manipulative, just like the
Okay,
Chinese.
we must tell you all, but you all didn't tell us. Okay, what about the UK? Money laundering threat?
I give UK like a 3.
Okay. The EU is the European Union, which is Germany and France and Spain and all those European countries.
So
I
the
think all
Bahamas,
these is a 5 if you ask me.
Okay, but you can't just give the people the rating of
but they
methodology.
don't use us as much as the US would take advantage of the Bahamas. They don't take advantage of the Bahamas as much as them.
They don't take advantage as the Bahamas as a country. Like the country itself don't try to take advantage of the Bahamas. But all these countries you'll see where all these people trying to run through us.
Yeah. Okay.
Y'all
Yeah.
still swing from trees, right?
Yeah, I agree. But they blacklist us too. So I agree. So we blacklisting them. Okay, so of course we giving Russia. You can't control Putin. China.
Yep.
Cuba is sanctioned. Haiti is sanctioned. Dominican Republic, Bermuda, Turks and Caicos don't have no money laundering laws. They blacklisted.
That's our sister country.
Yeah, but they completely blacklisted. Canada, Brazil, every president in Brazil, Mexico and Uruguay, all them impeached. Again, like the US with the tax laws, Cayman is non-reciprocal.
Yep,
The
let me tell you about Cayman. Everyone like to run to open these companies. Cayman, I hate Cayman companies. They dirty.
Okay, but you know why? Cayman is allowed to have a slap on the wrist whilst we keep getting blacklisted. Do we know why?
No, it is not easy.
Cayman is still a United Kingdom Commonwealth country. So the UK owns them. So that's the UK little dirty country where they can get away with all the things that they can't get away in the UK, because of course the UK wants to pretend to be clean and following all the laws, and what have you. And so they channel all their dirt to Cayman. So you're right that they, small as they is, they could be non-reciprocal. Okay, and then just like us, BVI blacklisted just like us, right? Jersey is in out of the UK. That's another little small island. I just don't like.
I don't like their companies either.
Oh.
Dirty companies and
Yes.
crypto companies like go through Jersey.
Yes. And then Nigeria, of course, all over Africa is blacklisted. But, I wish they do the United States of Africa and clamp down on the US. Albania, I don't know much about Albania. Barbados, is Cayman, Barbados, and, Botswana, Cambodia. I don't know all these. It's African, so I'm sure they high risk. Ghana, Iran, of course, high risk. Jamaica, Mauritius, Minor, all the people trying to escape.
Nicaragua, yep.
Big drug
South America
company.
countries.
North Korea, same thing. Pakistan, Middle East, Panama, Syria, Africa, at war, Africa. Yeah. So you see how our risk assessment will just end up high? Yeah, you see? Okay, so now it asking about the product activity, threat, and vulnerability. In this section, we'd like your input to which products and activities are money laundering threats and money laundering vulnerability to the Bahamas. Cash curious. In Afghanistan and the Middle East and stuff like that, they have something called hawala payments, because of course all the banks have them blocked out, but of course they still live in prominently. So they use these cash couriers, like a cash courier would be in China, and then the sister company will be somewhere in the Middle East. And so you would say it's like the barter system. You will go in China and get inventory, and the person in Afghanistan will get the money. And they consider that hawala payments. Like, you have rice and I have meat, I give you some meat, you give me some rice. And that's how they survive. So that doesn't really happen here. Do y'all have any instances of that happening here?
I've never even heard of that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so really where's terrorism, that's what they deal with. Cash intensive business, taxis and restaurants.
But we have a lot of cash intensive businesses.
Okay. High value banknotes.
We don't do banknotes anymore, right?
I don't think so. I mean, when they say high value banknotes, what they
What's
mean?
a high value?
What's a high value banknote?
I think like how they have like the $1,000 note. That's what they're referring to.
Let me see.
Yeah, probably,
Because we only go up to
Just the
100.
most
Everyone up to
yeah.
100. Largest value bank. Okay, because Singapore has a $10,000 Sing dollar. I guess that's what they mean. Okay. One of the highest denominations, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we only have $100 there, yeah.
That's
So
a
we don't
one.
have that. Yeah, that's a one. Cash payments.
But
Everybody trying to go cashless now. Privately owned ATMs. Island Lock.
I just got
your money,
Island Lock, and then the people who doing the NIB contributions, whatever they name.
Island Pay.
Company, yeah.
So how susceptible is this a threat of money laundering?
that's not a, I wouldn't call it a big threat. I wouldn't give it a 5.
Okay. Deposit on accounts.
5.
Institutional investment sector banks.
5.
But hold on, back to the privately owned ATMs. Can people send money through Island Lock and all that?
But that's only through Island Lock.
This say ATM specifically, you can't like go to Island Lock and withdraw.
Like how in the US they have like a different ATM on every corner, then the gas stations have their own ATMs, and then the bank have their ATMs. We don't have that.
Yeah, and different people, like in the hotels, you see some of them, but yeah, they are owned privately. But we don't have many of them.
Okay.
But primarily, you'll have the big Scotia or the Royal Bank ATM, but not them little, funny ones. Investment funds, corporate banking, private banking, trust services, crowdfunding. Now, the Securities Commission has approved, is the regulator for the crowdfunding platform. That's like the the GoFundMe for the Bahamas. Okay, and then I see another AWAC X has opened up something. So that is primarily new. So we see that we already in some problems with head knows with GoFundMe. So I would say 5, currency exchange, funds transfers, underground banking, Hawala, and do shop and cheat.
We don't do underground, do we? We don't do underground banking.
You sure?
Private
You know,
companies
black
do money.
market? The only thing is I send in money to Island Law. Come on, what's the
And
underground
cash
way?
pay. Cash pay too. That's a new one.
Yeah. And the cheat fund is like ASU. Right?
I
And we
give
have
a
a number of
4.
ASUs. 3 or 4?
That's it. 3.
3? Let's see what shop is. Underground and parallel banking. Shop explains the terms Hawala. Okay, yeah, we don't have the Hawala. Ain't nobody doing para. Nobody, you can't go nowhere and get meat and give them rice. Nowhere.
No.
No?
Farmers.
Okay, what about the sand dollar? People you know what the fraud that yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Bitcoin, of course, whatever stable coin, all them digital assets, anything online. We they say the queen stay so young because she's gonna have a blood transfusion every year. They kill the young children around in them poor countries and fuse the
And eat
blood.
them.
That's
And
true.
they go hunting. I read that the family they stay secluded for a day in the year and they go hunting humans and they eat them.
Oh Lord, I don't know if they eat them, but I hear about the blood. They say that's why she could look young at 90 something and live so long and all of that. And in China, they have a kidney bank where they harvesting kidneys. So I'm sure, you know, if you just waiting for somebody to die, I know you be on a wait list for years, you could harvest them, like you have enough to put in a tank somewhere and keep a kidney and sell them. So I don't know, but is that a problem in the Bahamas? No way.
No.
What are these Chinese? No? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Business loans.
We
Mortgages.
don't give low value loans. Everything is high value over here.
Okay. Life insurance, non-life, captive, reinsurance, safe custody for years. We had problems with that. Wallet services, creation of legal entities, all these shell company anybody can incorporate right now. High value art. So again, the purpose of all of this is to let you all see, you know, this is, if you're the risk officer, this is what you go through. All of these, bingo, the good church bingo that I go down the Catholic church and pray. What money laundering risk that is? Tell me, bingo? At hell at the church?
No, they say church people is the worst people, so we can't put it past them.
No man, I can't
That's
put
the best place to money launder. They offering basket.
So we putting 5 for bingo for 2? What the Pope could say?
The Pope corrupt too.
So we leaving it as 5. No, seriously, we leaving it as 5? Bingo. Lord, you all think but that. We gotta pray. Yeah.
I don't know of any case about it. It's like, I don't know. But
Yeah, I never had no uproar at the bingo game at the church hall. But I surprised that obviously something happened or something. I mean, bingo. I wouldn't even
be there.
whoever write this. I mean, and they copy this from another country. I would say poker, online gambling, collection and transfer of funds through NPOs. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Non-profits, professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
I know we have the gov, you know, the 9 pro golfers to go to that school out of Albany. You didn't get any money laundering going on through there.
Miss Bullet, you never know. When you
I put the 3 transfer agreements on sports players. Freeport, look at Freeport. What could possibly happen in Freeport? Why would Freeport have money laundering risk?
Freeport is
it's Freeport. Yes.
Yep.
because again, that's the duty, right? They have the duty exemptions, right? That's what means free, right? That you don't pay any duty, right? And parts of free port, right? You could bring stuff in duty free. So of course, people saying, man, send my car to Freeport and then put it on the daybreak or send it to Nassau, right? That happening?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because even with the hurricane, people was trying to get over.
Okay,
with their
correct.
exemption.
So we
Yeah.
saying 5. Now the Beats residency program is something new where because of the pandemic, and a lot of people used to come, they have their second home here. And so they said, normally you can only stay 6 months. And if you wanted residency, you had to buy a house costing $750,000. But under this program, you could apply, I think, to stay 18 months because it was the pandemic. Because of course, when they come for their summer home or winter home, whatever, they spend a lot of money. And so therefore, if they couldn't come because of the pandemic, or they got stuck here but had to go home because they want, you couldn't fly, so they extended it. So do we see people extending that and taking advantage and trying to get citizenship now? What you say? No? So okay. Economic, the permanent residency program, did you see anybody money laundering? Of course, we know that they only get residency, they pay taxes in their own country. So, okay, and then they go on ask about vulnerability now. Over these same questions again. Okay, so this kind of repetitive. So let's just get through this. But again, this is what you go through and you see the type of questions and some of the things, like I say, may not be familiar. So you have to go and Google and do the research to say, what is the BEACH program? What are
I feel like our results can be in the red, like this automatic.
you see that, right? Okay, we on 4 of 6. Okay, and it's still the same questions. Okay, hold on. Let's do this to get to it. But we get the gist of they asking the money laundering risks. And like I said, what they will do is they will compile all of this and then say, these are, this one we didn't see before: accounting, auditor, and tax services, legal and notary services. There's the bingo again. Gaming machines, we want to spend all day. They soon find a way. I think dialing locks and stuff, the fraud and doing all the fraud on that side. But they always win. They could say they do $550 million. Okay, let's see. Below are views about money laundering threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigation. Please answer on the basis of what you perceive are the views of your colleagues in your work area. Enter your immediate impression. Strongly agree or strongly disagree. Don't spend more than 10 seconds on each question. Okay. The immediate impression, your first thought. There are more money laundering now than years ago. Years ago.
Yes.
No, you think so?
No, I think
would
it
say
is
that
more
there
now.
was
I
a
mean,
lot
it
more money
wasn't,
laundering back then.
we didn't have the awareness. So
Okay.
what would you say, 3 then?
I would say a 3.
Yeah, we didn't have the
Because the
awareness.
central bank, they reduced it a lot, money laundering.
Correct, putting the laws in place, correct.
Mhm.
The threat to the Bahamas for money laundering is greater now than a year ago.
I give it a 3.
Initial thought, okay. More money laundering reports are made in the Bahamas now than a year ago. Yes, because the FIU has continuously said, y'all ain't sending enough report, y'all ain't sending a report. AML reports are better quality now than a year ago, yes.
I strongly agree.
AML education is better now than a year ago.
Yes.
Yes, okay. AML training costs are greater now than a year ago, yes. Or AML systems costs are greater, yes. A major purpose of AML procedures is to avoid damage to the Bahamas reputation, yes. A major purpose of the procedures is to comply with the Bahamian law. A major purpose is to deter fraud. Procedures to improve client service and on financial institutions. Is to improve competitiveness. Is it to improve the competitiveness? No, I think it actually decreased the competitiveness because, you know, Switzerland implemented these laws, so people close up the account, they ran to us. Then we used the staggered approach. So I think we were more competitive, and then they push for us to implement these. So they don't improve. I don't agree. Anybody disagree? The rest of y'all still wait?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, good, and you're following. Okay, so AML procedures and environments are more effective in banks than brokers. Yeah, because the banks
Yeah.
been
The
doing this
banks
from
really want to
2000.
comply.
Yeah, and the brokers just from 2019, so we have 19 years on them. AML procedures in the environments are more effective than in other countries. But I wouldn't say it's more effective. Preventing money laundering in the Bahamas is important. Yes, preventing money laundering outside the Bahamas is important. Preventing money laundering makes financial markets more efficient. Yes.
Mm.
The Bahamas Authority on Money Laundering's returns comes from the government. No. Why would it come from? I mean, they make the law. Is it because they make the law? Is that what they're saying?
I don't know. That question is kind of confusing to me.
Yeah, it is. If they make the laws, then yeah.
They make the laws, they
Authority.
pass the laws.
Yeah, and they make the law so they can break them.
Yeah. So.
Okay, the Bahamas AML Authority on Money Laundering returns comes from the particular. Doesn't
I
come from
strongly
the.
agree with that.
It comes from the financial institution. No,
We missed one. The regulator. It comes from the regulator.
Okay. Well, they upholding the law, so I would say more the regulator. I guess it has to come from the government. We confused now, right?
I confused.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess the government is the law, and the regulator upholds the law, and the financial institution does what the law says. So we put in everybody. That's
That
from
word
that aspect.
deterrence, though.
But we have to follow what the law says. The law says to identify. So we identify that deterrent fraud.
But that doesn't deter means like discouraging.
Yeah, like no, the deterrence means to put the controls in place to mitigate the risk.
Okay, so in this question, it's pretty much saying that the government.
They're trying to say that it's the
government is discourage the money laundering laws. So I would say no.
They write the laws, so the government is the law. The regulator upholds the law.
So I wouldn't agree with the regulator part. I would less agree with that. Because the regulator don't discourage the money laundering laws. If anything, they try to implement them.
No.
I looking at that word.
In the Bahamas, the authority on money laundering deterrence comes from the regulator, meaning they put the laws in place, the regulator enforces the law, and the financial institution carries out the law. Not that they preventing money, they putting controls in place to ensure money laundering is halted or mitigated or stopped or deterred. Okay. Right? We on the same page? You sure? Yeah, talk to me. So what rating would you put? Because remember, this coming to your institution, and this would be your view.
Yeah, now that you say that, now that you put emphasis on authority on the money laundering deterrence. Yeah. I was just looking at the word deterrence.
Okay. So in the Bahamas, AML procedures are not known. I strongly disagree. The AML procedures are not understood. Are they understood in the organization or?
I give it a 3 because some people understand, but some people don't understand.
Okay, and the trainings are effective. The annual trainings are effective.
The trainings are effective for the people who are really like in the position, but the ones who aren't really in the position, they don't really pay attention to it. That's what I've noticed.
Okay, so it says in the Bahamas, authority is weak.
I don't know how to answer that because I know authority is corrupted
Yeah.
in the Bahamas. So I give it
Yeah,
a three.
we got it. Yeah. In the Bahamas, AML procedures are technically wrong.
Strongly disagree.
Okay. In the Bahamas, AML procedures are unclear.
No, they're clear.
Okay, 3 or? I know. Okay, so we disagree with that. Okay.
Mhm.
So procedures are effective. Yep. Procedures are about to change. They changed in 18. They
Well,
fluctuate
procedures are always changing.
always. So we partially agree with that. In the Bahamas, AML procedures make impractical demands.
You didn't answer that question, Miss Willard. You didn't select an answer.
Okay. Are they impractical? No. Procedures make conflicting demands. Do you think some are conflicting?
I don't think so.
Okay. Are they impossible?
Can you see that? Impossible?
That's what I say. In the Bahamas, AML procedures make impossible demands. No, we disagree.
No, I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. Education is effective. Yes.
Yes.
Training is effective.
Yeah.
Those in authority in the Bahamas lead by example. Who picked these questions? Do they want an honest answer? Should we be like bipartisan here? Like really? I would be answer this. We going to jail. We going to jail on this one. What's your most honest answer possible?
Boy.
Me and pimping off nobody. Yeah, you know. Know your counterparty is more important than know your customer. How? You should.
Miss Bullet. Know your business is more important than know your customer.
Okay. Is it? On the AML, know your customer is. We don't know what they are. Somebody going off the grid with these questions. Verification is more important than identification. Why would it be more important?
I don't understand that question. I don't think they're on the same level.
When they give you the identification, it's your job to verify
it.
Right, and assess it. Yeah. So what
they were the same though.
We know what you're saying. I think some PhD who have.
I don't think verification is more important. I think they're on the same level.
Yeah.
You have to verify and identify.
Some PhD who don't know how to deal with people going off the grid with It is ethically sound to deter money laundering. Financial institution staff do not have to accept the Bahamas views on. Yes, they do have to accept.
Yes, they do.
They don't have to accept views, but laws. We don't have to accept the views, but we have to accept the laws.
These supposed to be trick questions, Miss Bullock.
I don't know. I think somebody fall off the grid on this.
I think these supposed to be trick questions. They would see just would be no.
Okay, perhaps staff should be loyal to each other generally. What you mean and don't report money laundering?
Generally, they should, but child, I ain't going down for no other stuff.
Exactly, I'm loyal to no one but
I'm
myself.
not going down. I'm not loyal.
Nobody going to jail. I bring the cigarettes in the milk. No, the sweet cream and milk. No, you don't want that. Okay.
No, thank you.
So how we answering this? Staff should be loyal to each other generally. Yeah, generally they should be loyal. Yeah.
Yeah, but
should they be loyal to each other concerning AML procedure? How do you be loyal to somebody? What you mean if the person breaking the procedure? What do you mean?
No, I disagree with that, Ben.
Yeah, we disagreeing with this. Individual staff members do not have to accept the Bahamas views. How do you not accept it? You disagree. Individual staff members do not have to accept the Bahamas views on AML. That's a same question. Disagree. It does not take much effort for staff to become compliant. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much effort for staff to remain compliant. Effort for staff to become compliant with the AML. It does not take much effort for staff to remain. Okay. So staff will not report unless they have adequate protection. I mean, you should have adequate protection, but these people, we have a failure to disclose, so we must report.
Yeah, it's level to reporting too. So You
Right.
report and you let those who hired you make the formal
Deal with
report.
it. Correct. Effort of complying is higher than the benefits to, what is higher than the benefits to the,
Benefits to the- Mm,
what is it asking?
I don't understand that question.
I don't understand that either.
Just a BJCPP.
Listen, and this is why I wanted you all to have this experience, because I know the first time I had to deal with this back in 2018, I was falling off my chair and I was like, what? What did they say? Why? And you know, some questions I didn't answer, and it doesn't let you go further. And then they were calling and saying, Ms. Bullet, yes, survey is incomplete. Now it's like, but I don't even know what it means. But anyway, so this is just for awareness. So effort of compliance is higher than the benefit to the Bahamas economy. Effort of compliance, whatever you all mean. We don't know what you all mean. Benefits of non-compliance outweighs the benefits of compliance. Absolutely not. Section C, breach of AML procedures will not be reported to the authority by staff. Strongly disagree. Breach of AML procedures. I guess they're trying to see if you want to say breach of AML procedures will not be detected by the Bahamas. It will be detected. It will be breach of will be. It will. It will. It will. Monitoring rarely leads to investigation. Incorrect. Investigation rarely leads to detection. Detection rarely leads to no prosecution. Conviction. We disagree with all of this. Conviction rarely leads to serious and formal sanctions. No. Staff accepts controls and sanctions as a risk to the business. Staff are given sufficient feedback to carry on compliance. Staff are given sufficient feedback to carry on compliance. Staff would comply to the same degree even without feedback. I disagree, they need feedback. Staff cannot comply by themselves. We agree. What they mean staff cannot get compliance support from, strongly disagree. Obtaining new business is more important than complying with AML procedures. In conflict, staff should allow their line manager rather than their authority. Disagree. Reporting does not matter as nothing ever comes out of it. Disagree. Feedback helps to avoid future breaches. Agree. Institutions do not know their clients in detail. We feel like we know our clients now.
I think yes.
You do. Okay.
I think.
And you know what businesses they transact and what countries you're dealing with.
Yeah. With social media and everything, I think we know a lot more now than we did before.
Okay. Institutions, okay, so we disagree. Institutions do not spend enough time and money to get there to know their clients properly. We investing in compliance now.
Yes. A lot more than we used to.
Okay, so we could disagree with that. Institutions can recognize a politically exposed person. Yes, right? We know who the PEPs are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but I told you that story where the appetite had listed, we have no appetite for PEPs. And that company had 4 government accounts. So I was like, so who is signed on the account for St. Lucia and Angola? And Barbuda? Who? If you all don't have an appetite for PEP, you all have 4 accounts. So you all make sure that you all know how to identify. Whistleblowers are properly protected so they don't worry about reporting. So forth.
See, with that, whistleblowers, right? I feel like the whistleblowers is going to have their own business.
Okay, but are they protected?
To a certain extent.
To an extent, okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Because either you talk your business or someone else can talk your business and you can die.
Okay. Snowden's still in Russia, right? Eric Snowden, he wasn't protected. He had to go to Russia. The US politely waiting for him. The Bahamas AML procedures covers a wide range of external risk events. The latest attack on Microsoft vulnerabilities worldwide. I mean, we had a lot on cybersecurity. I would say, you know, external risk events occur more frequently than internal ones. You have more external risk events or more internal frauds and stuff. I think more internal staff stealing and doing fraud and stuff like that, eh? More internal, eh?
I think so.
Yeah, more internal.
Chad, you must need to this. It's like I'm tired of this. This is put you right to sleep. External risk events prevent compliance with AML procedures. Disagree. The effect of an external risk event on compliance is greater than one of the internal one. No, disagree. People remember the top 3 things from their last training session and act on them. That's correct. Only 3 things you remember, or you remember something that sticks out to you, or an experience, or what have you.
People remember what they want to remember. I don't want these questions. Don't really make sense. Yeah, because people, you can't say people only remember the top 3. People remember what they want to remember, or whatever sticks out to them.
Okay, right. And again, this is what they are using to answer our question. So I don't know if these perhaps came directly from the Basel Committee or from Transparency International, but I would hate to think that some Bahamian sat down and made this up, because this is crazy, you know, but they are saying this is what they need. Okay, so business continuity plans are comprehensive, yes. They're practiced annually, yes. Trainers know the preferred learning style of their audience.
Yes.
Some extent, yes. Most institutions do not carry out their own country risk analysis.
What?
No, we depend on, we don't do the country risk analysis. We depend on transparency or the Basel Index, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, most try to build their own systems on their own without outside help. No.
Disagree.
Yeah, most need extra help to make their systems effective. No, most do not realize you can make a profit from compliance. How? By saving against fines. We realize that. Institutions use key performance. Yeah, we do use that. Institutions use objective and key results. Yeah. Impact of the pandemic. Okay.
Jesus.
The pandemic has seen more cybercrime attacks, phishing. I don't think we saw any more than we always see.
We always, yeah.
Yeah. Working from home is more secure than working from the office. Definitely not. We don't have the protection. There are many scams concerning protective equipment and vaccines. Yeah. Businesses which have been hardest hit will survive. Example, tourism. Hopefully, the pandemic impact will boost the digital asset sector. Will it have?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Or they're asking the same question. Answer your immediate impression. Preventing terrorist financing and proliferation financing in the Bahamas is important. Yes, the Bahamas is at risk due to domestic terrorist financing. We are partially at risk of the gangs. Yeah. The Bahamas is at risk due to international terrorist financing. More so domestic is. I don't, we have 3 international airports. They may be that. What's your view?
I think it's more so domestic than international.
Okay, so we'll go there with the international. Radicalized individuals, again, the guys in the gangs, reside in the Bahamas. The gangs, eh?
Yeah.
Somebody getting killed every day, yeah. There are
Yeah.
controls in place in the Bahamas to prevent terrorist financing. Yes, there are controls in place in the Bahamas to prevent proliferation. Yes.
Yeah.
Terrorists would not hesitate to use the Bahamas to obtain funding. They would not hesitate, right? The Bahamas could be used to finance the production of weapons. Yeah, we have the whole OTEC base. In the Bahamas, terrorist financing and proliferation.
If all these is 5, why is that one for international 3?
Because we said that we are more of a threat of domestic terrorism rather than international.
A lot of international terrorists, they don't happen here. That's happening. It's more domestic.
Yeah. You disagree?
I mean, okay.
Okay.
Understood
Okay.
that.
In the Bahamas, terrorist financial and proliferation financing measures are not known. No, we do know. In the Bahamas, terrorist and proliferation measures are not understood. No, we understand. Terrorist and proliferation education awareness is better now than it was a year ago, sure.
Mhm.
Terrorist and proliferation training is better now than a year ago, sure. Thank you very much. Oh Lord, thank you that it ended. Yes, so welcome to the risk world, and this is what you're subjected to. And this was one of three. Because we had a securities we were a bank and we had a securities so um we had to answer 200 words a questionnaire for central bank, 200 questionnaire for Securities Commission, then the Wolfsburg questionnaire is 200, and there were one at 128 questions in one. So this is what you go through. And sometimes, like I said, you don't know the answer. You have to go and do some research. You have to really figure out. But in the beginning, when they sent this, we really didn't think we had to do it. The Wolfsburg questionnaire used to be 28 questions and then moved to like 328, so
I had to complete 2 different Wolfsburg questionnaires.
yeah. One is the financial crime and one is something else too. Is a CBD and the FC something. Yeah. So to familiarize yourself, with these, answering these questions and ensuring that you have source data, because Wolfsburg, it's a lot of yes or no's, but they come back and ask you source document, like they ask you deal with what percentage of your business is gas and oil or marijuana or fishing and farming, and then they want you to produce evidence what countries so make sure that every time you answer you may have to back it up, and if you say yes to something from what aspect or why, just make notes on the side if you are ever questioned, to make sure that that would be your methodology on how your answers came about. Okay, but again, we were just doing this for awareness, and so you could see what it really is that you go through, and see if you could stay awake and see if it's for you risk. And sometimes you get to make the decision: do I want to do risk or I want to do compliance? So we talk specifically on risk and what they require. So it'll probably help you make a decision to see if you can do this or would fall asleep. Okay, so just some awareness training, so you know what's happening actually out there in the field. Okay, any questions?
Nope.
No. Okay, great. Speaking my language. Okay, great. So how are we with the homework?
You mean the one with
The
was due?
homework,
Oh, no.
the 4 questions?
Sorry, the
mean-
classwork.
Oh.
Yeah, the classwork. Are we can answer those questions and be comfortable?
Yeah, so far, I didn't have any questions.
Okay, so again, like I say, periodically schedule some time to check back. I don't want you to fall too far behind. I don't want us to just, Miss Bullet be talking, and you tune me out at a certain point. You can't hear my voice no more. And, I want you to truly grasp this and ask for help if you need additional help, and perhaps do some practice classwork and let's talk about it. But, it can be confusing. And that's why there's so many chapters about it, so you can leave with a grasp on what exactly they talking about when they talk about this risk-based approach and this appetite and this assessment and what have you. And so now you've had an experience with the assessment at the country level, what they will ask to I guess try and complete that. It was supposed to be completed in March. I didn't get an update to see whether they submitted or not, but God help them if they didn't submit it before this government change, because that'll take another year to submit, and then probably a year for them to respond. And so, we're in limbo trying to open up accounts to save ourselves $100,000 for our trading desk to come here. So, that's the net effect on a business that waiting for the government to do what they are supposed to do. Okay, so I'm glad we at a point where we digesting this and can go back to our offices and understand what we do daily. Not just we have a lot of book sense, but we can't perform. We have a lot of people, they have a lot of book, they book smart, but they can't function at work. So we want to be able to be book smart and we want to function at work. Okay. And so we're at week 6, next week is week 7, then we'll have 3 weeks. So if your institution offers you, study leave and what have you, now would be a good time, when the exam date is. Now would be a good time to put in your study leave. Spend some time going over the chapters. So when we come to review, try and stagger it now that I have chapter 1 and 2, 3 down pat. And so when we get to review, I don't have to study in depth for 10 chapters. I did my homework. I know where I'm at. I know what changes I need to add to it. So I have 2 of my questions. I know there's going to be mandatory questions. We may spend some time, 1 or 2 classes reading, because not a lot of persons did the first homework. And like I said, more than likely that's going to be mandatory. Okay, but just start to make some plans and organize yourself. And the key is organization. So, the topics that you want to cover in the final and try to get them under your wing so you can be successful. Okay? So any questions or concerns?
Yes, for the chapter 6 homework. There are 10 questions. So
Sorry, you're breaking up.
for chapter 6, for would you choose 1 or the answer or 5?
For the classwork, yeah, you answer all of them. They just practice multiple choice questions. Just make sure you can answer all of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And confirm the exam date again for me, please.
Okay. What does in front of you have your book?
I think it's August 9th. I mean October 9th.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what the front of your book says, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, so organize yourself. Let me look at the date, October 9th. That may be a holiday weekend. I'm not certain if they're gonna celebrate.
It's a holiday.
So
The
when is the
following
holiday? The Monday or
October
the
11th.
okay, so that's that Monday. So good. So if they give you study days, that'll be good, and then you could be ready to celebrate right after. You have a nice little holiday. So that's good. So try and organize yourself now because a lot of people will be taking that time off because that's a holiday weekend.
Holiday.
So, yeah. See if you could get your days in if they do offer it to you. Okay? Try and organize. Okay, so any more questions or concerns?
Yeah.
No? Okay, so like I said, you do your classwork and then we'll do this again next week. We'll talk about chapter 7 and risk rating, and we'll look back at the methodology for the country risk rating, and then I will bring a risk rating that we can go through so you can look at how some institutions categorize their customers and how they come up with the high, medium, or low rating. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So have a fabulous weekend and we'll do this again next
Y'all
week.
be safe.
And be safe, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, take care. And Relisha, we pray that you're better next week. And so you could talk to us the entire class.
Yeah.
Okay, take care.
Anyone did number 1 first assignment that was due, the one that would have been due last week?
I did.
Who's that?
Trina.
Christina, you mind sharing yours, please?
Want to send me an email?
Okay, I'll send it to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.